Present.
Director Fonz?
Present.
Director Herndon?
Present.
Director Jackson has asked to be excused for one of his school graduations, and Director O'Halloran has asked to be excused as well. Director Reza?
Here.
Director Seamson?
Present.
Director Vanoy?
Present.
And President Zomber.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Will the secretary please call the roll of the meeting?
To the members of the Board of School Directors, the following public hearing is scheduled to take place in the auditorium of the Central Services Building, 5225 West Valete Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Special board meeting, statutory public hearing, 5:30 p.m., Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. This meeting is being held pursuant to the provisions of Section 119.16, Parent 8, Parent A, Wisconsin statutes, which requires the board to hold a public hearing on the proposed school budget. The purpose of this meeting is strictly for giving the public hearing on the superintendent's proposed budget for FY 2026. No action will be taken at this meeting. The board may take action on the proposed FY 2026 budget at its regular meeting tentatively scheduled for June 24th, 2025.
I will now ask the secretary to lead us in the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance. I invite any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so, and ask those who do not wish to participate to please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This meeting is being conducted from the Central Services Building and is also finally being broadcast on WYMS Radio, 88.9 FM. Thank you for everyone's patience while we got the meeting going, and via the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número. Nuevamente, para escuchar esta reunión en español, llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnick rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwe, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohican sovereign nations remain present to this day. As indicated in the call of the meeting, we are here to receive public testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. The chair asks that any members of the public wishing to speak please complete a speaker slip and bring it to our secretary, Dr. Owen Moore. Virtual speakers are asked to remain on the platform until your name is called. After speaking, virtual participants will be removed from the platform, but may follow the meeting using the broadcast options previously described. When you are called upon to speak, please state your name and spell your last name for the record. For the sake of fairness and to give everyone a chance to speak, the chair reserves the right to limit the length of time allowed to any one speaker. Written testimony will be accepted for transmittal to the board. Send this testimony to the Office of Board Governance, P.O. Box 2181, Milwaukee, Wisconsin 53201, or fax to 414-475-8071, or email it to governance@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. For our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items, and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. Just as a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order dictates that all comments, questions, and requests should be directed to the chair, who will determine the most efficient way to address them. The board appreciates and encourages stakeholder input and assumes that members of the public will participate in a civil manner. Conduct that prevents the good order of the meeting will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in behavior that persistently disrupts the meeting may be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access the agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. Also, no one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Now let's begin. Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers on the virtual platform?
We do not this evening.
Okay, I will now call members of our audience. First up, we have Cara Slingerland and then Robin Harris. Cara, you can come up, and then Cara did provide some supplemental information that we gave a copy to each of the board members. Thank you.
Cara Slingerland, Slingerland. President Zambor, Dr. Caselius, and members of the board, on May 13th, I asked to wait until the academic audit was released before making large staffing changes. Here I am a month later, and neither the first nor the second audit supports the wholesale teacher accessing. It causes more problems than it solves, including that it has not moved more teachers into classrooms. This accessing cuts more than positions. It removes people who provide critical expertise and training. The facts speak for themselves about the problems this causes. As they say on NPR, let's do the numbers. Recommendation 28 in the academic audit states, support all staff in strategies for proactive classroom management. Our district uses the Classroom Organization and Management Program, or COMP, to deliver classroom management PD. COMP is a research-proven approach that is validated by the Department of Ed. Of the district's 20 COMP trainers, 15 were accessed and 1 already left the district as a result. This means that over 75% of the people who provide classroom management training may not return. Also, the district offers only 1 race and equity training, Courageous Conversations About Race, or CCAR. Of the 5 district CCAR facilitators, only 3 are people of color. They were all accessed. No administrator in the Department of Teaching and Learning, formerly C&I, holds licensure to teach 6th through 12th grade ELA, despite 6th grade literacy being a huge focus next year. The only 2 people in the department who do have this license and expertise were accessed. Another number, 2 months and counting. This is the amount of time it has taken to hire one of my former colleagues as a counselor. She is an MPS graduate and is bilingual in English and Spanish. She interviewed on April 18th and has been fingerprinted and passed her drug test and still hasn't signed anything from HR. If it takes this HR this long to onboard new coaches, school will already have started. Another number, 2. The number of mistakes that have already been made with me having to reapply for my job. I received an email this afternoon inviting me to an interview for a math instructional coach position despite not applying or being qualified for a math position. HR did correct themselves later, but I feel so defeated by the system. Another number, 19. 19 of 32 letters training moderators were accessed. These moderators communicate with school and district cohorts and provide teacher support during letters training while participating themselves. Finally, what public groundswell has there been to support this? I've seen dozens of teachers, a member of the clergy, and board members themselves speak against this accessing. A whole school of teachers walked out. This top-down decision exemplifies everything that is wrong with how decisions are made in this district and flies in the face of both audits. Reverse this decision and then do an equity audit. Thank you.
We have Robin Harris and then Lucas Weir.
Robin Harris, Harris, President Zambor, Dr. Caselius, and members of the board. The instructional audit ordered by Governor Evers found many systemic issues that continue to plague this district. It was thorough and detailed, and I found it to be mostly accurate in its account, in its unearthing of cracks in the system, as well as the strengths that we know exist in MPS. On page 4, in the section labeled Opportunity, the auditor stated MPS employs many passionate, hardworking, and talented educators at every level. This truth explains why those 181 of us who were accessed and the 141 of us who have been forced to reapply for existing jobs responded with opposition to that plan. I testified last month regarding how this action did not align with the goal of returning teachers to the classrooms, and that we predicted the process would be messy, ineffective, and devaluing. It has proven to be all of those things. During a time where we should be highly involved with both attracting and retaining our educators, we are actively losing teachers whose expertise and institutional knowledge is greatly needed, especially during a time of transition. We have been told both internally and externally via the media and op-eds that this will be a good thing. Surely a restructuring is what is needed in order to execute the detailed recommendations outlined in both audits. It was asserted that we needed to reapply for our jobs to be sure that the most qualified candidates are in these critical teacher roles that are necessary to help make our system function. The positions were even posted on weekend. The statewide educator job board making it clear that we want to attract new people to these teacher support roles. However, it seems that the need for ensuring that all the right people are in the right position starts and stops at the teacher level at central office. What is the number of administrative positions that have been reviewed and posted for the best candidates to apply? Not the specialists, not the managers, not the supervisors or directors. So the only staff members, the ones with the least systemic power, the teachers, are being required to rework our resumes and complete 20-minute interviews to try and win our jobs back. Meanwhile, the layers above ours remain intact, with no one examining their qualifications, certifications, skills, and ensuring that we have the best leaders at all levels of this organization. To concern yourselves with revetting and replacing only one level of such a large organization does not constitute a restructuring. It only upholds the same old power structure that has gotten us to where we are today. You can still reverse this action, shift the time, resources, and energy into closely examining the many layers of this system that carry more positional power than the 181 teachers who are now busy prepping for our interviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas Weir, and then Chief, I can't tell if that's a L or a U, so Chief.
Lucas Weir, W-I-E-R-E-R. Good evening, Superintendent Caselius, directors of the board. In previous meetings, I had questions about the district's plan to address chronic harder-to-fill vacancies, and more recently, I asked questions about job descriptions and positions associated with central office, specifically the need for further transparency. And today, I would like to learn more about the decision on how to allocate funding for individual school budgets. According to the 25-26 superintendent proposed budget school board funds allocation, the largest source of funding is K-4 through 12 per pupil allocation, $5,000 each. But there are also program support adjustments, specialty school allocation, charter transportation and audits, as well as an allocation adjustment. From an article on the MPS homepage today, Superintendent Caselius is quoted as saying, MPS must make systemic changes to ensure students, particularly at the most vulnerable, are at the center of every decision. I'm a high school teacher, so I will give a high school example followed by a series of questions. On the south side, Ronald Reagan IB High School is slated to serve 1,372 students, and with a fiscal year budget of nearly $7.4 million and a per pupil average of $5,384. Less than 5 miles to the north, South Division High School is projected to serve 928 students with a fiscal year budget of $4.85 million. For a per pupil average of $5,228. $5,384 at Reagan and $5,228 at South Division do not seem like drastically different numbers, but if South Division were to receive the extra $156 per pupil for each of their 928 students, that would total nearly $145,000, or another whole teacher FTE. Especially when considering the quote from Dr. Caselius, it is hard to understand why Reagan, a school that's regularly ranked as one of the best high schools in the state, would receive, that received a 23-24 report card score of 84.9, would receive greater per pupil funding than South Division, a school that scored nearly 35 points lower on the 23-24 state report card. State report cards do not tell the whole story of our schools, but they are an indicator and likely a tool for parents as well. Is this a funding formula that we plan to move forward with for fiscal year 27, and will it ensure systemic change for our most vulnerable students? Are there other sources of funding that we're not seeing here? Do schools with higher percentage of students with special needs and English learners get additional centralized funding? How can we figure out where this additional information might be? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chief Ubex. I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. And then Quentin Claybon. Quentin, if you want to come up, and then if there's anyone else who's planning, okay. We've got someone. Thank you. And if you could just say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
My name is Chief Udayop. Last name is spelled Udoeeyop. First, I have to thank the board and every member that is here for the opportunity that I have to just state some of my concerns here. I've been in Milwaukee Public School for almost 30 years. I'm still thinking I retired, then came back. I really appreciate the opportunity that Milwaukee Public School has provided me to be able to train my children. So I thank Milwaukee Public Schools a lot for the great things they have done. So when I spoke with one of the staff yesterday in my school, he told me there's a board meeting that wants to present the budget. I said, I'm looking for a platform at least that I would have the chance to ask the members or see how far this budget is going to address some of the issues that affect not just Milwaukee Public School, but a lot of the central city schools in America. And most of these issues that affect urban public schools include the declining enrollment, financial instability, staffing shortages, student achievement, low test scores, and special needs services. My greatest concern as a special education teacher for 30 years in Milwaukee Public School is to ask the question, does the present budget that is presented, or is going to be presented, take into consideration the support for special education children? Because when I look in the past, being a school teacher and being a special education teacher for 30 years, prior to 1990, when you look at the support for special needs kids in the classroom, you had the para, you had the HCA, you had all kinds of support services. But from 1990 all the way down to the present, these support services and other instructional, services are lacking. Then you ask why. Then when you even look into the federal spending, even when what the Milwaukee's public school spends, a lot of money, no one can say the government or the board is not spending sufficient money. They are spending a lot of money in these services, but not enough. You don't really see how it trickles
Chief.
down.
You can email the rest of your comments to the board. The 2.5 minutes are up. We have to go to the next speaker, but you can email the rest of your comments to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Quentin Claybon. No.
Hi, Quentin Claybon, Klabon. You'll get $3 million for your budget from Governor Evers this year to implement suggestions from the MGT audit. I hope you use it to re-examine your literacy work. Here is an excerpt from MGT. The primary root cause of inconsistent reading instruction is uneven understanding of the science of reading among teachers as well as school and district leaders. During interviews, many school and district leaders demonstrated an incomplete understanding of structured literacy and the specific instructional shifts required under the science of reading. Very few could articulate clearly what they look for in early literacy lessons beyond use of the core materials and phonics. Many district leaders were familiar with the compliance requirements of Act 20, but weren't able to articulate the implications for daily instruction. This lack of clarity at the leadership level leads to unclear expectations and unmet support needs for teachers. While some educators expressed enthusiasm for the science of reading and appreciated the depth of letters training, many others described the rollout as disjointed, overwhelming, and poorly timed. Because of the limited time for professional development, teachers have been moving very slowly through an online version of the letters sequence, making it difficult to retain new learning. The disconnect between training content and classroom realities has left many teachers feeling unprepared and unsupported. So, lack of understanding of what, why, and how are leading to low quality and inconsistent reading instruction. It makes sense. If you took a 3-credit college class once or twice a month over 2 years, would you pass the final? Or to use a more accurate metaphor, could you teach the course? I said this to those of you on the board months ago, and I'm just some random busybody. You, who live and breathe this stuff, already know the training is not sticking, and you know the barriers to improving the process. But now you have some free money, and you have time. You also have external evidence that reading is a massive problem unsolved, that it will countervail the other investments you are making as you draw money to remediate and reprimand. So please set aside $2 million of the Governor Evers money to do free, faster Cox campus training with educators over the summer of 2026 to reinforce what they learned through letters. Use the money to pay educators for their time that week. Call it a masterclass. Negotiate it ahead of time. Please do not account for that money in this budget for some other purpose. Reading gets you the most bang for your buck, and you have unbiased evidence the current path will lead children to the same destination. Thanks for using your money and time wisely.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any other comments from the public?
We do not. We do not.
Okay. Seeing no additional speaker slips, the public hearing is concluded. The board will continue its work on the proposed fiscal year 26 budget at the meeting of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Budget to be held on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. here in the Central Services Auditorium. Public comments will be accepted. Also, the board is scheduled to possibly take final action on the proposed fiscal year 26 budget at the regular meeting of the board the same night on June 24th, 2025. That meeting will begin at 6 p.m. or shortly after the adjournment of the 5:30 p.m. meeting. As is customary at the regular meeting of the board, no public hearing will be given. Thank you all for your participation in this meeting and in the entire budget process to date. There being no further business before the board, this meeting is adjourned.
excused. Director Reza.
Here.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Vinoy.
Here.
And President Zomber.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Will the secretary please call will please read the call of the meeting?
To the members of the Board of School Directors, at the request of President Missy Zomber, a special meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors is scheduled to take place in the auditorium of the Central Services Building, 5225 West Fleet Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This meeting will be broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM or on Time Warner Spectrum Channel 13 and via the MPS YouTube stream at mpsmke.com/broadcast. Special board meeting, 6 p.m., Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. Report with possible action on a review of the MPS fraud, waste, and abuse processes. Action on a request to approve the modified 2024-25 FY25 proposed fall budget adjustments to the adopted FY25 budget. Action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. Discussion on goal setting relative to the performance evaluation of the superintendent of schools. Report on Resolution 2526R-001, lead safety. As is customary at special meetings of the board, public testimony will not be taken at this meeting. Relative to item 3, the board may retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statutes Chapter 19.85, Parent 1, Parent G. Relative to item 4, the board may retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statutes Chapter 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C.
As the Pledge of Allegiance and land acknowledgements were recited at the previous meeting, we will move on to information about how to access this meeting. This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building and is broadcast on WYMS Radio 88.9 FM. The meeting may also be accessed via the MPS YouTube stream, a link to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si desea escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número. Nuevamente, para escuchar esta reunión en español, llame al 312-626-6799 e introduzca el número de reunión 832-0725-4267, seguido por el símbolo de número. Luego, introduzca el código 883149, seguido por el símbolo de número.
As was stated in the public notice, and is customary, the board will not take public comment at this meeting. For our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the meetings, agendas, and minutes page of the MPS website. Madam Secretary, before we begin, if there are no objections, we will take item 5, the lead safety report, after item 2, so that our closed session items are at the end of the meeting. Okay, now let's begin. Would the secretary please call the first item?
Madam President, item 1 is report with possible action on a review of the MPS fraud, waste, and abuse processes. This is an informational item. Although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Board Governance please present the item?
Madam President, Dr. Tina Owen Moore, Office of Board Governance. At the request of the board, Rumpf & Associates has performed a review of the fraud, waste, and abuse processes, and tonight we have Tom Rumpf and Ken Edwards here to present that report.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and pleasure to be here, and thank you, Dr. Owen, for that intro. Oh,
It's on.
oh, I need to get a little closer. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Dr. Owen Moore, for that introduction. As she mentioned, and I'll get the presentation started here. This is a report on the agreed upon procedures for the reporting on the fraud, waste, and abuse investigation and fraud, waste, and abuse whistleblower protocols. Just by way of introduction, the board recognized that thought they might have had an issue, and so they brought us in to actually review the protocols and the processes and to make recommendations. And so this presentation is going to cover the resulting report. So the agenda, we'll do a brief introduction of the company. We'll go through the background and objectives. We'll do a summary of the work performed, summary of the report, and then we'll actually go through the detailed findings and recommendations. This is introduction. I'll just read from here. Rumpf & Associates, founded in 2007, is a certified public accounting firm headquartered in Alpharetta, Georgia, small suburb north of Atlanta. Our staff is represented by a mix of experienced licensed CPAs and government and corporate auditors, and augmented by our reliable affiliated relationships with other regional CPA firms. We've actually been awarded 85 prime contracts and task orders with the U.S. government and done work in 55 countries, work basically similar to this. The engagement objectives, I'll go through the details. We talked about them at a high level. Assess the fraud, waste, and abuse, investigation processes, and the fraud, waste, and abuse whistleblower protocols. Identify any instances where these processes may be used inappropriately, evaluate the adequacy of checks and balances, and provide actionable recommendations to enhance these processes. The scope of our procedures were, again, reviewing all the related policies and procedures, the fraud, waste, and abuse investigations, and the checks and balances. So, just wanted to give a little background of our understanding of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors governance framework, because that's important as you're looking at how the investigations are carried out and how they're reported and what the board sees as their responsibilities and how it set itself up in relationship to the public school system. So I'm sure you all know all this, but just wanted to frame it up because this is important as we're going through the findings. So the role of the school directors is the governing body of the Milwaukee Public Schools and responsible for policy development and implementation. It's key to really establish that accountability and responsibility, because ultimately it feeds into the board had us to do this work, and the board is ultimately responsible for the policy changes and recommendations that we're making. So, and then there's a commitment to transparency and ethics. You have to maintain them. They have to maintain a transparent environment. However, there are some instances where basically you can't share everything. For instance, whistleblowers have to be protected, and not all information is for public consumption. So, however, while you're maintaining that transparent environment, ensuring ethical practices and taking the appropriate accountability measures, sometimes you have counter interests there. And so as a part of the recommendations, we're going to be, again, making suggestions about how you carry out these competing interests, if you will. So, and then also the board is responsible for the fraud, waste, and abuse investigation procedures and the protocols. And, you know, those are critical components of the governance framework. I won't go into too much depth of it now, but at the end of the day, as we mentioned here, there are some concerns about misuse and retaliatory actions, and all of this, again, comes under the board's purview. And so there's a need for robust checks and balances, and again, you want to prevent abuse and mishandling of this governance framework. So, background summary. I'll go through these at a high level, but all of the related MBSD policies and procedures, all of those that are related to the Code of Ethics, doing the investigations, assigning the different parts of the organization to work on the investigations. We looked at all of those procedures. As you can see, it's 2, 4, 6, 8 different places where the Code of Ethics and all of these policies and procedures are listed. One of the recommendations we made is to consolidate those because it'll make it a lot easier to follow. And also, a lot of the procedures, and again, we'll get into discussing this, the Code of Ethics really speak more to what shouldn't be done, as opposed to giving the different associates in the school system guidance around what should be done. And that's something that we believe will definitely have a positive effect on the culture. Okay, summary of the work we performed. We evaluated the internal controls around these different fraud, waste, and abuse processes, analyzed the effectiveness, identified the weaknesses. We analyzed the oversight mechanisms. You'll see some findings on that because, again, as we were reviewing the processes and assessing the monitoring protocols and the checks and balances, you know, some of the competing interests that we talked about kind of came to light, where the board needed to be better informed, but with the public nature of the information that's communicated to the board, you had to make sure that you weren't over-communicating or putting information out to the public that didn't need to get out. So we made some recommendations around that. And we assessed the decision-making processes. And again, I already talked to the reporting to the board, but we also reviewed the procedures around the decisions that were made as it related to different aspects of the investigations. Okay, again, a summary of the work performed, and this information was, some of this information was taken straight out of the RFP that was issued, and some of this related to the samples that we took. First thing, we looked at the protection measures for administrators and investigators, and we're reviewing safeguards against retaliation. And this is for the people that are responsible for handling the fraud, waste, and abuse investigations, because as we are aware, there is a risk in terms of doing this kind of work. So we also reviewed the processes for whistleblower complaints. The complaint handling procedures, as you're aware, the whistleblower complaints come through a hotline, and so we looked at those, and also we assessed the complaint resolution. Here, there were 167 tips that came through the fraud hotline between January 1st, 2022 and April 2nd, 2025. We did a completely random sample of those tips. We selected the sample size based on that there is some guidance around selecting sample sizes for different elements that don't have a financial component to it. And what I mean by that is usually when we're doing a full-blown audit of some type, if you're selecting a sample size, you try to select the sample size that gets the maximum dollar amount. And a lot of these things don't have dollar implications laid out. So anyway, we selected 36 tips for the detailed file review, and then we looked at 20 specific tips. I'm calling them 20 specific tips, but there were 20 completed investigations for further review. So the 16 that are the difference between the 36 and 20, they did not result in investigations. So, and then we reviewed the issue reports with the chief auditor. And then we also did an assessment of the fraud, waste, and abuse whistleblower protections. So, and we also reviewed the compliance and industry standards. We're calling them industry standards, but with fraud, waste, and abuse investigations, there's not really a set of standards that you have to follow. There are a set of guidelines that are out there issued by the IIA, the Institute of Internal Audits, and then you have a whole lot of other boards that have put rules out there and guidance that you can use, and usually what an organization will do is cobble those together for their situation. And so the Office of Accountability and Efficiency has done a good job of cobbling those together and coming up with a set of investigative standards and reporting standards that work. So then with the assessment of policy, and I mentioned it before, the clarity of the policies, accessibility to all employees, and comprehensiveness of coverage, having these policies and procedures spread all over the place doesn't really work, and it definitely negatively impacts the clarity of the policies. And when you're speaking to employee behavior, doing the right things, you want to be crystal clear when you're talking to the organization. The report summary, and I think this is key. First of all, and I should have led with this, I do want to thank the board. I want to thank the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, and I want to thank the Chief Auditor for the assistance provided to us. And I know some would say that that's what they're supposed to do, but at the end of the day, in our role, we have something that's called the smell of the place. When you walk in, you get a feel for how cooperative people are going to be, and you develop your procedures appropriately. But we got nothing but cooperation, and we also had the feeling everybody wants to make this better. Now, we may have some disagreements on the how, but everybody wants to make it better. So, back to the compliance with the fraud, waste, and abuse policies and procedures. All the investigations that we sampled adhered to the existing policies and procedures. That's key for a couple of reasons. One, again, it speaks to the level of competency that you have in the organization. But two, as we spoke to the policies being all over the place and having some more negative connotations, those aren't necessarily the policies you really want to be following, and they need some improvement. So, but the procedures were followed correctly. And that's the key thing, because at the end of the day, the audit function and the Office of Accountability and Efficiency can't really go out and start creating their own policy. So they have to follow what's in place. So areas of improvement, checks and balances within the investigation and reporting systems can be improved. And then we also recommended that there's a broader group responsible for the adjudication of the fraud, waste, and abuse investigations. And what we mean by that, in the accounting world or the auditing world that we live in, what you'll do is, if you are auditing or reviewing an area that requires some outside or some expertise you don't have, you'll bring them in for consultation and things like that. And these fraud, waste, and abuse investigations do require other voices, if you will, as the investigations are being done. So I'm going to go through this quickly. One of the things that we did was, for the detailed findings, and we usually do this, is we set up priority ranking definitions. And what we do is to make sure that when you put findings, multiple findings out there, that all of them don't carry the same level of weight. And so what these priority rankings do is let you know what we think in terms of how urgent or important that they are. So we provided a supplementary report which has the detailed findings along with these priority rankings there. And again, as we said here, is based on our judgment, and it considers the magnitude and impact of each issue. So I won't read through these, but we've for internal control type issues, we have the critical risk, high risk, and potential risk. The words kind of speak for themselves. So, and then from an operating efficiency perspective, we have the high potential for improvement and definite potential for improvement. So the on the previous slide with the control categories, these are areas where we are saying that these are not necessarily recommendations. They're almost you have to do them. And the operating efficiencies will just make you more efficient at what you do. So we came up with 4 detailed findings. I've alluded to all 4 of them, I think. Actually 3 of them. The first one is to develop and implement a comprehensive code of ethics. And as I mentioned before, the code of ethics and the related administration of it sits across 7 or 8 policies and procedures. Involving the other functional areas in the investigative process, again, it's to get some other voices involved that will help with the ultimate result. Last one is improve the board communications on investigative results. I talked about that, and we'll be walking that fine line with regards to protecting information, but making sure that the board is informed. And the last one is modify the charter of the audit committee. This was a much smaller issue, but there was an audit committee that was approved, and it was just, we were making a couple of recommendations on the periphery to make it better. Okay, so the detailed findings, I'll start with the first one is the developing and implementing a comprehensive code of ethics. The current situation, I've spoken to it already. MPS has an existing code of ethics. The code of ethics is covered in 4 administrative procedures and then also has a section in the employee handbook. The current APs focus only on prohibited behaviors and investigations, and the employee handbook only covers fraud, waste, and abuse whistleblowers. So the effects on the code of ethics it's not one sole procedure or policy. The current code of ethics does not enhance employee decision-making on ethical behavior. You need to be able, your culture needs to promote where the employees will ask questions if they have them, and also they'll feel comfortable asking questions throughout the organization without feeling like I might get in trouble for asking questions. And then also the code of ethics can contain guidance too. And the guidance can be as simple as I'd almost call it a decision diagram, because at the end of the day, the key thing is if you're making a decision, and for the school system and it directly benefits you, it's probably not right. And, there's in some of the code of ethics that I've seen, those are laid out very straightforward, and we believe that'll help here immensely. So, and then as I mentioned, there's no place for employees to get assistance and guidance when they have questions, because the current tip hotline is set up for tips, but there should also be a hotline for, I got a question, or I'm seeing something, I don't know whether what they're doing is right or wrong. And also the code of ethics, it should define your responsibilities as an employee under the code of ethics. And so when you're carrying out those responsibilities, again, you can have someone to call. So recommendation, develop a comprehensive code of ethics that covers code administration. Code administration, one of the things that it will cover is it will formalize involving multiple parts of the organization in the investigative process as needed. Not so that it slows things up, not so that it negatively impacts independence, but it's only to make it better. And also the code administration will clearly define who's responsible and define responsibilities. The model that we usually, or the way that we usually think about this thing is for the Code of Ethics and Internal Controls. The first line of defense is the employees and management. The second line of defense would be organizations that have compliance elements to it, would be Office of Accessibility and, not accessibility, Accountability and Efficiency, I'll get it straight. Office of the CFO, Human Resources, Legal, and so on and so forth. And then the last line of defense would be the board, and then the internal audit function that's reporting to the board. That's typically the model. And then your code of ethics and also how you set it up and how you administer it, what it does is recognizes that and then make sure that everybody understands their responsibility under it. So the code of ethics is not just the responsibility of the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, it's everybody's responsibility and everybody knows their role. So then I talked about the employee decision-making framework, also talked about the who to call with questions, and then the key thing is annual or biannual training. And one of the things that, again, to make sure everybody's crystal clear on their roles is you need to make sure that every employee has been trained on the code of ethics, and then that training stays refreshed and up to date. And we'd recommend every 2 to 3 years for every employee to go through it. And then I talked about it, the annual training and how often they should get the refresher training. This one is the most key finding, and we identified it as critical. Involve other functional areas. Current situation, the chief auditor is solely responsible for all investigations. The board delegated that to the chief auditor and the reports and the board communications. So, and as we mentioned, the board governance policy delegated all of the authority to the Office of Accountability and Efficiency, and it was further delegated down to the chief auditor. A key tenet of internal controls on any really high functioning organization is that one part of the organization or one person can never make a decision without really consulting with someone else. It's not saying that that absolves that person of any responsibility, but the consulting someone else always helps. And that's a key tenet of internal controls. So the effect is that there is no required coordination between the chief auditor and other functional areas that have that shared responsibility for internal controls. And that's why I described the 3 layers of controls. And so legal, human resources, finance, this coordination right now is discretionary. It does happen, but it happens on an ad hoc basis. Now, it's not happening outside of policy, the current policy, but and this is easier said than done to set this up because there is an independent standard that has to be adhered to. And then also, I'll just say it straight, you can't tell everybody everything. So, however, when you're not, when you don't have these different levels of consulting, it increases the risk to the school board. The risk of something happening. So, recommendation is to establish protocols that formally involve the other functional areas when required. If this was easy, everybody'd be doing it. So, okay, improve communications with the board on results of investigations, current situations. And I want to make sure I say this right, but the board governance policy requires that the senior director keep the board informed, or if I use the exact language, he's to make sure that the board is not uninformed, is the right language. So on these investigations, while the whistleblower confidentiality is protected, and again, that's this fine line that we have to walk. Again, if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. So the effect is confidentiality and protection of whistleblowers require discretion in communications. This is the key thing here. The results of the investigations are shared with the public, The board is only as informed as the public. The board only gets the same information that the general public does. It's going to be very difficult for the board to carry out its responsibilities without knowing more about what's going on. However, you still have, you can't just share everything. So, and so the board remains relatively uninformed about past and future investigations, and again, there's increased reputational risk to the board. So the recommendation is to establish a policy to improve board information while maintaining confidentiality. We will be recommending a report that we use with a couple of other clients that will help you straddle this fine line. And then, and that's kind of getting to the next bullet, formalizing the reporting of the completed investigations post-adjudication. The board really can't get involved with adjudicating these investigations, but they do need to know after the fact what happened. So, and then this reporting will go to the Accountability, Finance, and Personnel Committee. And you'll see why that's important in the next finding. And then we are recommending something, we're calling it formalizing it, but we're recommending that you formalize regular communication between the AFP chair and the chief auditor for specific areas of ongoing investigations, particularly the ones that are sticky and have the potential to, again, cause a problem for the board. And the last finding is modify the audit committee charter. Now, I'll say this, setting up the audit committee is ultimately key, and it's a great way to bring some enhanced financial expertise to the board while operating under the board governance, which, the board members are elected, so it's not necessarily, you don't necessarily get financial expertise on the board. So the audit committee, was to provide formal oversight related to the audit function, both internal and external, and the fraud, waste, and abuse investigations. However, the charter for the audit committee does not include fraud, waste, and abuse investigations reporting for obvious reasons, because they're mostly non-board members, and you can't share that information with them either. And so, and also the audit committee is responsible for internal controls. And the Committee of Accountability, Finance, and Personnel also has overall responsibility for internal controls and fraud, waste, and abuse investigations. So the effect is that there's still not a fraud, waste, and abuse investigative reporting to the board. And then also the fraud, waste, and abuse oversight with the related checks and balances will not be fully in place. So we recommended a couple of small changes in line with the board governance, is to modify the name to the Audit Advisory Committee, and then set that committee up to report to the Committee on Accountability, Finance, and Personnel, and then report the FWA investigative results to the AFP, not to the Audit Committee, but to the AFP. So I've gone through a lot, and I love doing these things where the presentation kind of ends with a thud. So, but that was it. And again, thanks so much for the cooperation. Great team to work with, and I'll turn it back over.
Thank you so much. Before we go to board members for questions or comments, would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency like to comment?
Board President Zambor, members of the board, Paul Geib, Chief Auditor. Just want to echo my thanks to Tom Rump and Ken Edwards for their professionalism and collaboration. We were still talking about some elements of the presentation up till yesterday, and so I think it was very much appreciated that we could continue to have that dialogue. You do have just an acknowledgement of the review that was part of the agenda that provides the board with some additional context too, that I would encourage you to take a look at as well. But appreciate the work, and I look forward to enhancing some of the controls and protocols that we're able to. Yeah.
Mr. Chason?
Thank you, Chair Zambor, Matt Chason, OAE. I want to extend the same thanks to Tom and Ken. They're consummate professionals. They're great to work with. They were thorough. It was holistic. It was easy to get the sense we're all rowing in the same direction, trying to improve the outcomes for the district as a whole. I'm still waiting on my invite, Alpharetta. I'm presuming you're waiting until your engagement is done, so there's no conflict here. But I look forward to working with you guys again. Thanks.
Thank you. Do other board members have questions or comments or administration? Open it up if anyone would like to ask anything. No? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Seamson.
Nothing earth-shattering. It seems like the, I don't want to say the bulk, but the good portion of this is going to be looking at some policy changes that need to be made, and our employee handbook, and kind of that communication between the Office of Accountability and Efficiency and the board. Are those kind of, I'm just trying to look for like buckets to put things in and organize in my brain. So if I've missed any key points, or does that kind of seem like a good way to frame it? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Rumpf?
Yes. That is it exactly.
Thank you. Great. Director Fonz, and then did I see Director Herndon's hand up? Okay.
So I was an employee of Milwaukee Public Schools for 24 years, and I just think about the way I thought of the culture, and you guys mentioned this a number of times, is that it's more of a punitive culture than a culture of thinking, oh, how can I solve this problem, as opposed to thinking, I don't want to get in trouble. Right, so that was my biggest takeaway, and if we can create that kind of culture, I think that, I don't know if that's that easy, but I think that's definitely something we should strive for.
Thank you. Director Herndon. Oh, I'm sorry, follow-up.
Yeah, just to echo Tom and then respond. When you're in an internal audit, I mean, basically, I've been an auditor all my life, so when you walk in the room, most people don't like you, or they're running from you. And they run from you because of the anticipation of your reporting back. And so you're right, you have to develop a culture that says, it's okay if I'm being reviewed for the purpose of making it better. And so that's what you got to kind of switch around. It shouldn't be people running or, here comes so-and-so, and because he's coming, everybody stop talking over here, or only giving what you think he wants. Because you don't benefit. This isn't really about trying to identify bad apples as much as it is in trying to enhance your controls, develop good reputational, support for you in the marketplace or in the community. You guys live it more than we do, but people get wrong impressions about what you do because of some of the misinterpretations. And so what we identified and what Tom, with the help of these guys, identified some areas where we say, you can be better, and all of us can be better. So there's no perfect company with perfect internal controls, but there is company culture that says we want to make it better, and that's what we're kind of working for, and that gives you the ability when other people come in and review as well, that they can see that you're striving to do better and make improvements. So that's what we're looking to do.
Thank you. Director Herndon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too look forward to our future with this because we definitely knew we needed some assistance. We definitely knew that the culture needed improvement so that people would strive to achieve resolutions and not feel guilty because they had to take various steps to achieve positive resolutions. So I was excited when you were brought in And I'm even more excited at this point for execution of your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Could I pass the gavel really quick? Thank you. So I want to echo thank you so much for coming. When I was first being oriented on the board, it was a lot of you can't, and I think this is true for all employees, so it was all of what not to do. You can't meet with this many board members at this time, and you can't, just all the things you couldn't do. I was like, what can I do? And so I think reframing the way we're bringing new employees on, because I think that's probably not just unique to board members, and then also just being really more proactive. And if I have a question, I know exactly who I'm going to call before I make a mistake. And so I think that's really helpful advice, and just want to thank you for your assistance. I'll take the gavel back. Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary.
If you don't mind me mentioning President Zomber, members of the board, I just wanted to note that as part of the MGT operational review, one of the goals was to look at the culture and our policies around this. And so this is one step in completing one of the goals that were part of that audit process. Just give you a little credit for that.
That's great. Director Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, what was the extent of your review? Was it policies and procedures, or did you talk to department heads and kind of get a better idea of what the culture in Milwaukee Public Schools actually is versus just reading what the policies and procedures state?
Well, it's interesting. No, we did not do any interviews. One of the things that we weren't going to do was to, relitigate any of the investigations, because as Ken mentioned, the audit thing is, when you're an auditor, it's very sensitive, and if we're going around interviewing folks, we might have opened up cans of worms, and we didn't need to do that for what we were looking at, because to be honest, you could feel the culture by reading the policies and procedures, and I think I will define what culture means to us, and I'll give you an example too. Culture is a set of accepted behaviors, and I'll give you an example. No one, when you walk into a church, no one needs to tell you how to behave. And that's the power of the culture. You see everybody sitting there quietly, you walk in and you will instantly start doing the same thing, as opposed to the culture at a football game. It's okay to yell and scream. It doesn't take you long to feel what's going on and how you need to behave. We walked into the building, we looked at the policies and procedures, you could feel it.
So just to add, we were focused in this situation on the fraud, waste, and abuse. So our interviews, if you will, were limited to the people that were involved in that area. Because as Tom said, the one thing we were very cognizant of was not going out to relitigate what had already transpired, because again, we're looking for ways to make it better. And the files kind of speak for themselves, and you'd be surprised. I mean, we're experienced enough to know that talking to Matt or talking to Paul or talking to Dr. Tina, you can gather so much information just from that focus, but it does need to be broadened, because what typically happens is that sect is indicative of what's going on throughout the organization, so it kind of comes pervasive. And if you've done this enough, you can get a feel for, without, specifically drawing, attention to the fact that, yeah, you probably got some other issues in some other places too. But this is where we started, so you got to start somewhere, right?
Thank you. And we already started on some of the recommendations around the audit committee, so on the 24th, we'll do the final approval of those changes. So those are great recommendations. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. With that, thank you so much for joining us. With that, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam President, item 2 is action on a request to modify the 24-25 budget. The administration recommends that the board, 1, reconsider its action of October 29th, 2024, and 2, adopt the FY25 budget inclusive of the budget resolutions, the recommended action on amendments, and inclusive of the RSI schedule for general budgets and the RSI schedule for nutrition budgets.
The chair will entertain a motion to reconsider our action of October 29th, 2024. Does anyone so move? I'm sorry, do you want the, okay.
Yes, so for this item, the board has to reconsider its past action, and then there will be another motion that
And
has to do
then the
with.
administration can
The
present the item.
administration will present
Okay.
the item afterwards, so.
Thank you. Does anyone, okay, Director Seamson?
I move to, sorry, I lost it, reconsider our actions taken on,
October 29th,
October 29th,
2024.
2024.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Director Reza? Seconds. Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Seamson's motion to reconsider the board's action of October 2024 relative to the FY25 budget, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
Director Vanoy,
Aye.
and President Zomber.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Caselius, Superintendent. This evening, I'm joined by Ms. Aicha Sava, Chief Financial Officer, and Nick Sinram, Budget Director, to share information on the modification needed for the FY25 budget. Following the sharing of this information, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Ms. Sava?
Good evening, President Zambor and fellow school board members. This evening, we are bringing this file forward in order to present more detailed budget schedules in our annual comprehensive financial report for FY25. So what we are really doing is we are trying to return to more responsible financial reporting so that all of our schedules can be presented in our annual financials. So thus, these two schedules that you find today, they need to be approved so that we can actually present them in our financials. And this item tonight is really only just for this year. It is a little bit of a one-off, you can say. Now with our new and improved budget book that Mr. Sinram has, which is electronically line by line for the entire budget going forward for FY26 and years beyond, we will not have to come back and do this file. But the schedules are attached to the file for the general fund and the nutrition schedules, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do board members have questions or comments? No? Okay. And do we need another motion? Okay, the script. Would anyone, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to the item? Do we have a motion? Director Seamson, do you want to?
I actually was going to look to our board clerk to help with some wording, but is it just to approve the files? I'm not really sure what exactly the language would be.
Be the recommendation
The
to adopt that
Recommendation to adopt
the FY25
budget.
that really.
Inclusive of budget resolutions.
Can Director
The
Zambor
recommended
make the
action
motion
and
since she's
amendments.
on a roll?
And inclusive of the RSI schedule.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, that's the one.
And Director Seamson, you can
Or-
say so moved.
So moved.
All right, if there's no further discussion, will the secretary, oh, I'm sorry, a second. Director Herndon, would you like to second? Director Herndon
Second.
seconds.
Thank you. On Director Simpson's motion to adopt the FY25 budget inclusive of the budget resolutions, the recommended action on amendments, and inclusive of the RSI schedule for general budgets and the RSI schedule for nutrition budgets. Director Ferguson.
Abstain.
Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
Director Vanoy.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That is 6 ayes and 1 abstained. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam President, as you previously mentioned, we'll move to item 5 next. Item 5 is report on Resolution 2526R-001 on lead safety. This is an informational item and was not noticed for action.
Would the administration please present the report?
President Zomber and members of the board, Brenda Cassellius, Superintendent, in accordance with Resolution 252R-001, lead safety, we will share our first monthly update this evening. I'm joined by Mr. Mike Terza in Facilities and Management, and also here to help me with the providing the update. I thought Michelle was here too. That's okay. Following, we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
President Zomber, members of the board, Michael Terza, Interim Director of Facilities and Maintenance Services. As the superintendent has indicated, this is our monthly report on the progress of the lead action plan and the efforts we're making in the schools to take care of all the lead issues that we have. Again, we have to go through the 5 priorities for success, and again, safe schools is one of the major priorities that we have, as is the ensuring fiscal responsibility and transparency as we go through this process, and strengthening communication and collaborations with staff in our community as we go through the lead stabilization process. We have the strategic plan driving our mission. Obviously, this is somewhat of a special project that we have. We wouldn't expect this to be happening on an annual basis. And I could tell you this, that the plan and the efforts that we're making will ensure that it won't happen again. So the resolution at a glance is to present a monthly report that talks about the implementation of the lead action plan. And we'll do this monthly until we basically get through most of the initial school assessments. And then, then we will give a monthly report. The plan will address the following items that are listed on the screen, and I'll take each one of them in turn. The initial progress of the lead action plan here is that as of today, we have 7 schools that have cleared with the Milwaukee Health Department. They are Trowbridge, Maryland Avenue, Coggle, Golden Meyer, Fernwood, Starnes Early Childhood Center, and the Follett. One of the other things that we have completed is visual inspections of all pre-1950 schools. And what that means is that we have actually gone into each of these schools, room by room, and determined the extent of the lead situation in those rooms. That way we know how the extent of the work that needs to be done and how we're going to go and proceed with doing that. So we have all of the pre-1950 schools inspected and kind of analyzed so that we can develop the necessary scope of work for each one of them. We have an ongoing stabilization at 2 schools, Brown Street and West Side, and we hopefully believe that West Side will be cleared by the week of June 30th and Brown Street the week of July 7th. The first phase of schools, 14 of them, which are listed here, are what we call our Phase 1 schools, and they're in what we call our preparation mode right now. That is where teams have gone in to begin the process of decluttering, moving materials away from the walls and putting them in the halls or the center of the rooms, putting poly over them, making sure that they are taken care of in the appropriate manner. As of today, no actual lead stabilization has been done on those schools. That process will probably begin next week for them. Then we have Phase 2 and 3 schools, which are the remainder of the pre-1950 schools. As we go through and finish one school, we begin the next school, and those preparations will start in July and finish in August. And then Phase 4, which is the post-1950 schools, in which there are 52 of them. As we have gone through each of the schools, we have also looked and seen that these tend to be less lead invasive, and they will require limited work and renovation and probably a fairly minimal distribution of the school. Oops, sorry. And so most of the time that the work on those schools will be done either on weekends or after hours when those children will be in the schools. The schedule of tasks you have before you is just an example of all of the efforts and things that need to be done in order to get the school safe, and how many days it takes for each of these particular activities. We have decluttering 3 days, and that's done by external staff. We have moving, where we're taking the materials and either moving them into the center of the rooms, away from the walls, or in the halls and things like that, so the paint staff can work. There's pre-cleaning, which is necessary under the state requirements to do this, so you minimize lead dust and also prepare the surface correctly, and then that is done by external staff. We then have 15 days for actual stabilization and painting of the rooms, again done by external staff. Final cleaning, which we usually believe to take 15 days, are going to be done by internal staff in the building ops area. And finally, 2 days of clearance by the Milwaukee Health Department, 1 day to do the wipes and another day to actually do the testing. Training, by September 2025, we're going to have 100% of all of our custodials and facility staff trained on lead-safe cleaning protocols. We already have the standard operating procedures in place, and we'll continue to do all the training for these staff members over the course of the summer. All the companies working in the schools have highly trained staff to conduct the necessary renovations and cleanings. And I want to make a point that all the time, there will be a lead-safe renovating supervisor on site to ensure that the cleaning protocols, the paint protocols are followed into the letter in accordance with the state guidelines on this. All of the companies have lead safety renovators, which is required by the DHS 163 to be on site to do the work. And finally, by September of 2025, we are going to make sure we're going to have, with the collaboration of our communications department, lead awareness materials and promotions in the schools to make sure that the staff of the schools as well as the students of the schools understand the lead situation. The next item is project management. Last month, the board approved JCP Construction to be our contract manager here. They are on site. They have 14 teams working, one team in each of the schools. They have a huge amount of support staff to make sure that the processes are followed and the work done completely. They are closely working with my staff at DFMS and to make sure that we're in coordination with timelines and making sure buildings are ready and able and open for them. They have also developed a scope of work and a budget for each of the 14 sites, and that's important because that way we're going to manage the projects, and the cost of the projects is that each school is a separate project through our system, so we'll be able to know how our budget is doing for each school, whether we're on progress, on task, and the like. So that'll be very helpful as we go and find out exactly how much these efforts take. They have gone out and looked at each of the school individually with the principals to make sure the principals understood what was occurring, and if there was any changes that the principal thought was needed to the normal plan. Maybe this one room couldn't be done when we thought it could be room because of some activity. They took that into consideration and worked with the principal to make sure they're doing it in accordance with the way the principal needs it to be done. The final thing is, again, that all the movers and paint crews have been trained in lead safety renovation and certified by the Wisconsin Department of Health Services. I want to talk a little bit about decluttering because that's kind of been around a bit. Decluttering has always been a practice in our schools, okay? That's something new. There's always been, at the end of the year, kind of instructions to schools was to take home all the personal items and to remove things that are broken, outdated, and various things like that. But the whole lead issue here in the schools required us to make an extraordinary effort in this regard. And so we have tried to do that. We have communicated through the months of May and June to the schools through various means, district-wide emails and messages, Thursday updates. We had surveys and frequently asked questions that were available for people to send to us, and then we replied to it. And we also did site visits so that we could meet personally with schools and school staffs. My own staff has gone through all of the first 14 schools and to make sure that the principal and school staff understood what was happening, understood the importance of the decluttering efforts in order to make sure that our painters and everything can get unobstructed work areas to do the work in. One of the things Department of Facilities Maintenance is that we provided 9,000 boxes initially to schools. Initially, we decided to send out about 50 per school and found out that that was really very short, very quickly. And so we started sending them out, and we're continuing to send out boxes to schools. We had a wonderful donation from Smurfit West Rock, which is located in Germantown, just really out of the blue to donate 8,000 moving boxes to us. And so they went out to the schools as well. One of the interesting things that I want to point out is just in the 14 schools, the Phase 1 14 schools, we disposed of over 400,000 pounds of outdated materials, broken furniture, and various things like that, and 2,000 pounds of recyclable materials. And those are only 22,000 pounds of recyclable materials, or 20,000 of recyclable materials in the first phase. So that equaled 31 truckloads of materials that had to be disposed, and that's only the first 14. I want to make special mention to Milwaukee French Immersion School. Of the 14, they had the greatest amount of over 22,000 pounds themselves. Okay, but they did a tremendous job. They really took the task on and did the job as we had asked them to do that. The next item I'd like to talk about is our school-based lead testing clinics that we held in collaboration with the Milwaukee Health Department, Children's Hospital, Novir, which is a testing company, and the Coalition on Lead Emergency, also known as COLE. Lead testing was held at the following sites. We did tested 36 students at Hopkins Lloyd and 58 students at Highmount. At Westside and Brown Academy, we did 34 each. Our effort, we're kind of trying to figure out what is our best means of continuing with the clinics, and we're working with the Milwaukee Health Departments to whether or not we should have them at recreation sites, CLC, summer schools, or maybe some other methodologies, just so we can make sure that we are getting in touch with the most people that we can, because this is such an important thing that we want to do. But we are continuing those efforts as well. Monitoring. Again, I mentioned a number of times that the Wisconsin Department of Health Service and the Milwaukee Department of Health are working with us constantly to make sure that this process is meeting all the necessary state, local, federal regulations. A couple things that our partnership and collaboration has done is we had the Department of Health Services and the Milwaukee Department of Health approve our building clearance protocol, which allows us to go through a process and have them clear our buildings more expeditiously, because quite honestly, they were going to be struggling with doing the job themselves because they do a lot of testing for homes and cleaning of homes. So we needed to work with them on that. They also worked on us to come up with a protocol on the removal and remediations of painted shelving and storage units. And this is a very critical issue for many of our schools, because if we took those away, they would have no place to store their materials. And so first we were thinking of only just Because, you know, even if we painted them, just the taking out of materials and everything could cause dust to reappear and do things like that. So we were thinking initially of just nailing them shut, but then the schools wouldn't have any place to put their materials. So we worked with them on how we're going to handle that, and they were satisfied with our ideas about that. And that really preserves a lot of storage options for schools. The third was, again, as I mentioned before, we received a third-party clearance of multiple companies who could come in and clear our schools for occupancy. We also, in our monitoring efforts, the board, in our budget requests, included 5 environmental inspectors. They're going to be going around not only during this period of time, but throughout the course of the year. Sorry, I keep doing that. Throughout the course of the year, to make sure that the problems that we experienced earlier in the year don't appear again. We're going to develop an electronic dashboard to track individual school process, so that if a parent, and it'll be on our webpage, wants to see what the status is of their school, they can easily go and do that. And then the final thing, which is our state-mandated requirements of notifications and record keeping, protection, and supervision procedures are all going to were established pursuant to the necessary disclosure forms by DHS. Finally, we have some on water safety. We are going to post age-appropriate signage that clearly identify, I'm sorry. One of the things on the monitoring that I wanted to make, I forgot to mention to you, on June 10th, we received a notice from DHS that we were going to be fined for some violations of the rules that we were working under. 13 of them were for noncompliance. 7 of them happened before the change of DFMS leadership. So that was something that we worked on. Most of them, or not most of them, all of them were individual instances of improper work practices that were quickly corrected, and also even one of that we improperly notified them of work to be done. I can assure you that we are taking everyone that they have with seriousness that it deserves, and that whenever they find, if they ever find one again, we will take appropriate action immediately. We do not have any of these still out there. We have taken care of everyone that they have indicated to us. One of the things we have to do, though, is respond to them by June 24th, in which we are giving them, again, our plan for making sure this doesn't happen again, and we have that plan ready to go probably tomorrow or Friday at the latest. We'll go back to water and soil safety. For water safety, we're going to post a clear and age-appropriate signage that clearly identifies where there is safe drinking and real fillable stations. In our schools, we have over 3,200 fountains and bottle refilling stations that will need to be monitored, which we will be doing. We will develop standard operating procedures that will make sure that those that are not filtered, the staff are using the necessary protocol to ensure water safety, places such as kitchens and bathrooms and things like that. Those will be developed in conjunction with the Milwaukee Health Department and the EPA and be completed by September of 2025 as well. And another thing that we were very fortunate to get is as we go and monitor and replace the water filters in compliance with the necessary guidelines, we received 33,219 filters donated by Zoo and Kelney, okay, which is a very nice thing they did. They did that last year for us too. And so that's a kind of a nice ongoing thing, that donation that we get. For soil safety, we're going to be establishing some hand washing protocols as, you know, schools plant and when they instruct or harvest food around their buildings. Talk about using raised garden beds whenever they're possible, and using fresh soil if they want to have gardens and things like that, and to create circulation paths from hard surfaces to the play area. So kids walk on places that we know that are clean from lead and not running through necessarily dirt piles and stuff like that. So that's all going to be happening. In our communications, we have mpsmke.com, which provides all the updated information that anybody would want to have, from family resources that talk about lead in the schools, to links to the Milwaukee Health Department, frequently asked questions. All of the communications that we have ever sent to our families and staff with regard to the lead product. And again, we do have Appendix D, which shows where we are in the process, but we're also going to develop an electronics dashboard, which will be much easier to see and to use. With that, I thank you and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
President Zambor and members, I just want to thank Mr. Terza for his incredible leadership. He has just stepped in. He's come out of retirement to help us out, and didn't know at that time that we had this huge lead issue going on in the schools, and we just kind of threw it to him. So really appreciative of that, and he's really assembled a great team and provided leadership to the team and really has inspired the team. And we continue to grow. Like I keep saying to all of you, and the auditor said today, we need to be a continuous improvement organization, and that we are leaning into the really hard work that we have ahead to make sure that we clean up our schools and continue to train our staff, and where we see issues, we quickly address them, quickly fix them, and develop the plans so that it doesn't happen again. So super proud of Mr. Terza, Michelle Linsky, and the entire facilities team. I also want to thank our principals and our teachers for their patience. It was challenging to declutter their classrooms. I know that that was really hard. And I want to thank our facilities team for stepping up and saying that where there was challenge, we would just do the moving and decluttering ourselves, as long as they properly labeled the materials, so that it wouldn't be such a burden on our teachers as they were closing out school with our students. I also want to make sure that the public knows, and we didn't have it on our slide, that if they want to report, this was also in the lead action plan, that they had a way to report. We have a web email address at lead@milwaukee.k12.wi.us. And so that is also on our website, that they can click on that and get something to us if they want to report something to us. We're happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the thorough update and transparency around all these items. Are there any questions or comments from board members regarding the lead update? Director Reza.
Just one question. I know that the training requirements will be sent out for communication, lead awareness for the instruction building staff, but would that also include like teachers or like parent coordinators sometimes, because they are also in the building? Just want to know about that part.
Presidents on board, members of the committee, or members of the board, all of the staff in schools will receive training via the online training methodology that the district uses. So we will make that available to all staff, teachers and food service workers and building operations and all of that.
Did that answer your question? Okay, great. Did you have a question, Director Ferguson?
Yes. Thank you. I actually have two questions. The first is, for one, I want to appreciate the update because I think we all have gotten our fair share of calls concerning the schools and especially the closures. I know that Westside Academy, you stated that it would be cleared, at least a projection of June 30th, and Brown Street July 7th.
President Zambor, members of the board, sometime the week of June 30th
Okay.
and the week of July 7th, not necessarily on those dates. It depends on when the health department does their clearance for us.
Okay. So there are other schools of mine that are not in this group, but for example, our Avenue in Seaford, is there any chance that these schools will not be able to open in the fall?
President Zomber, members of the board, we believe and still hold to that belief that we will have all of this done by the start of the new school year, The first 44 schools are going to be done. And, we fully expect to be able to do that. We're going through our first initial set of 14 this week, and the next we'll learn something from them. But based on all of the on-site reviews that we have taken and talking with JCP and various other people, we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to make it.
Okay. Do you anticipate any schools not being able to reopen in the fall?
President Zambor, members of the board, no, I do not.
Okay. Thank you. And then my final question, I just wondered.
At this time. I mean, under promise, over deliver, right? So we have hired JCP, we have hired outside contractors. We're throwing every resource at this to get it done. I just want to make sure that, we're cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to say, we don't anticipate anything right now, but you never know when something comes up during the summer. So I just want to make sure that we are being just really clear with the public that we are doing everything we possibly can to throw everything at it. And we anticipate that there shouldn't be any hiccups because we have a project manager. And it's a very reputable construction firm, and we have good licensed folks who are contracting with us, and our folks are trained and ready to go. So it's a big, heavy lift. It is a big, heavy lift, and I just want to make sure that folks out there know what a heavy lift this is for us to get this done. And then in the fall, when we're doing the other ones, we'll do those when students aren't in the schools. Those have much less area to have to remediate and address, and we can do that, we believe, on the weekends and into the evenings in those spaces so that children won't be in a lead-affected classroom when school starts.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Yes. I would like for you to clarify. You stated that the district has collaborated with DHS and Milwaukee Health Department to ensure all work conforms to state and local regulations. My question, or what I'm asking that you would clarify, is when you say DHS and MDH approved the building clearance protocol, are you saying that they're approving for us to be able to sign off on our own clearances?
President Zambor, members of the board, what they are basically saying is there's going to be a protocol to be followed, how you're going to actually do a clearance. So that was step number one. And then the next step that we have is they are going to allow us to hire a third-party vendor to do some of the clearances using the protocols that we agreed to, that they agreed to.
Thank you for clarifying that. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Director Seamson.
Yeah, my question was actually very similar to Director Ferguson's. So I know that teachers are planners, and a lot of us are backwards planners, where we start with the end goal and move backwards. And I'm wondering if you have a date, and I understand this is, a lot of things can happen, right, when you're doing a big project like this, but is there a date where you are hoping to wrap this up for the summer schedule?
Administration.
President Zambor, members of the board, if I had to give a date, and I'm very reluctant to do it, okay, I would say that we placed August 25th as the date, okay? I mean, that's where our end date was. But again, I say that very reluctantly, as the superintendent had indicated.
With a little wiggle room.
Yes. No, and I appreciate that, but as I said, teachers are planners, and I'm already getting phone calls about people who are anxious because we all know the beginning of the school year is just so critical for establishing routines and procedures in your classroom. So people are already nervous, and just would ask, and I know you will, make sure that that communication is as timely as possible. With schools affected, especially as we get closer to, mid-August. Thank you.
Do other board members have questions? No? Okay. Well, that was an informational item. So then I think Madam Secretary, our final two items were noticed for closed session. Would you announce those items, please?
Madam President, item 3 is action on a request to retire to closed session to confer with legal counsel with respect to pending or probable litigation matters. And item 4 is discussion on goal setting relative to the performance evaluation of the superintendent of schools.
The chair will entertain a motion to retire to closed session on item 3 pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent G, to confer with legal counsel for the board who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved, and on item 4 pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent C, to consider employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Does anyone so move?
So moved.
Director Ferguson? Do we have a second? Director Reza seconds. Okay. If there is no discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent G, and Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent C. Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Reza?
Aye.
Director Seamson?
Aye.
Director Benoit?
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
The motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.